Bisous maman. Bisous. Hello Yannick, how are you? Hello, 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 hello. Hello Gonzalo. I'm good, how are you? Yeah, I'm good. I'm good, I'm good, I'm good. Up. Here I am. Everything good, yeah? Yeah, yeah. I've been debugging on the Mac, which was slightly more annoying than what I thought. But I did debug some things that were not working well on the Mac. Now it's okay. I forgot today was stream day. Ah, yeah. Yeah, because the last streams were a bit yeah, disturbed. Oh, what's happening? Oh, it's my torrents. Wait a minute, I need to disable the ding. Are you hearing the ding? How do I disable the ding? I thought I disabled the ding. We heard the ding, but yeah, it was a big ding, huh? Why is there ding? Privacy. Desktop. I will play a sound when torrents finish. That's right. Because I'm downloading all the animes. I'm downloading like 50 gigabytes of anime, 60 gigabytes of anime. Because I had some recommendations that I'm now, following. Anime, yes. The good kind of anime, okay? But except that some, it seems, are theoretically ecchi, so it's like lesbian, erotic or something. But the story is nice, I've heard. So it's not about the sex. It's not about the lesbians that I'm interested in. I'm interested about the scenario, you know? Or yaoi. No, it's not yaoi. It's not yaoi. It's the lesbiany, you know? It's not even lesbiany. It's soft. It's soft core, but the story is nice. You know? People told me only Yuri. No, lesbian? Yeah. Great. You watch with audio in Japanese? I think most of what I've downloaded have both the Japanese and the English audio. So I could watch either. Usually when I watch on my own, I don't care about the Japanese, because I'm not an aficionado. But it depends. Sometimes I even watch in French. Yeah. But I know some people don't like that. Like the anime purists, they don't like well, it's also about habits, I guess. But yeah. It's not Yuri. No, no, it's called Ecchi or something. It's like a great story, but there is some soft erotic things, but between women, I've heard. Let me tell you. Let me tell you in detail. Mm, Gambling School. I mean, the actually, it's not the real. The real name is Kakegurui. Kakegurui. That's the name of the anime that is theoretically ecchi. That I've heard, I've had good recommendations about. Yuri is the lesbian version of yaoi. Yeah, but there is no. I am not downloading either hentai, yaoi, or Yuri. I'm not downloading this. Okay, this is not the project. The project is normal anime, with great stories and great characters, and what's not Yuri about it? I don't know. I've not watched it, so I will tell you when I've watched it. But I've not watched it. I'm downloading it right now, so I don't know. The synopsis is a high school where gambling becomes like part of the school rules or something, and so students can gamble their grades or their rights or something. I've heard this is the the story, the synopsis. It's about that. But I'm also downloading a lot of other, such as Paprika, an old animation movie that I've heard online. I've read online that actually Christopher Nolan like took heavy inspiration from this old anime from that it came out in the 90s, and it seems that he probably took some scenes from this anime movie to make Inception, and he of course forgot to credit the movie, so that's funny. I'm also downloading Steins Gate, which is about like uh Back to the Future, like time travel, basically. Durarara. It's an anime on urban legends of Tokyo. Code Geass and Full Metal Alchemist. The original and the Brotherhood. That's the anime I'm currently downloading. Voilà. And on other news, yeah, I've been testing on macOS. I've also been testing on Windows. Yesterday, I've been testing my TUI on Windows. I'm finally testing the cross-platform stuff. And oh my god, I forgot how Windows was fucking horrible when it comes to the terminal stuff. It's horrible. Like the fact that on Windows, like Control C, Control V doesn't work the same. You need to like right click. I mean, I understand that in the terminal, Control C is to cancel, but like it's so much better on Ghosty and on Linux, I guess. Especially like you cannot drag and drop images inside the terminal on Windows on PowerShell of command prompt. You cannot do that. This is illegal for some reason. At least it was on my session. So I have to actually on Windows, what I have to do to make it work, I have to make the terminal open the GUI file picker, and then I can add the images to the. On Mac, it kind of works, so it's good, even though there were some bugs too. Yeah. Oh la la, it may just this very like small scale debugging, cross-platform debugging of my little TUI app here across Windows and Mac was just like slightly more annoying than I expected. Well, I guess on Mac it was, I expected that kind of stuff, but on Windows especially, I was like, this is disgusting. It really made me think that, oh yeah, I'm going to use if I do like full GUI apps at some point, and maybe I will try to make Zenkan, for example, into something like this. I will never try something else than Electron, because I've heard that Tori, which is like the main new Rust-based cross-platform framework to create apps cross-platform nowadays, Tori has had a lot of problems because the WebKit library on which they rely to ship every OS actually is diverging between the OS, because like there's different teams in charge of each version of the WebKit on each OS, and so now the WebKits are just diverging in features and compatibility. So Tori was made to be this cross-platform, one code base, 3OS project, but now, like for example, Tori is not ultra compatible with Linux, for example, because the WebKit of Linux has diverged a lot in features and compatibility and stuff. So it's so annoying. So I'm just going back to Electron, and we will use a good old embedded browser to make the goddamn apps, to make the native apps across Windows, macOS, and Linux. You know, good old Electron. Electron is like WebView. Yes, well, Electron is basically a browser wrapped inside like a native shell of Windows, macOS, and Linux. That's all there is to it. And it works very well because it works as well as a browser. You know, it's as cross-compatible as a browser is, which means that, yeah, you know, it looks the same everywhere, basically. Because it ships, I guess, a light version of Chromium. You know, like I guess a heavily custom modified version of Chromium. So, you know, it's good. It's good. You can actually have one code base, 3 platforms, because you are just developing a web, you know, a web app basically. So it works. Yeah, VS Code uses it too. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of apps. Most apps, I guess, nowadays, native apps that you can install on Windows, on macOS, most of them nowadays use Electron because it's so much easier to ship to different platforms, to, you know, Windows and macOS especially. You know, like Notion uses it. I mean, pretty much, you know, if there is like, especially the startups that came out in the last 10 years or something, or 15 years, usually they use Electron for cross-platform. Because it's just easier. That's like, and it's just that a few years ago, I've heard that Tori might be the new, you know, cooler version of Electron because Tori uses Rust. But unfortunately, they just made the wrong bet. They bet on the WebKit. The Tori bet was that the different WebKit implementations of each OS were going to converge in features and compatibility across time. And so the more time passes, the more the Tori apps will work better. Unfortunately, the reverse has happened. Unfortunately, in the recent years and months, the WebKit versions for each OS have diverged more and more. And so that sucks, and that defeats the entire purpose of Tori, which is to, you know, have one code base, 3 OS. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty sad for them, unfortunately. Like, and there's even the main maintainer of Tori, who like said on Twitter, like, I do not recommend you to use Tori to ship on Linux because the WebKit version of Linux with the latest updates that have been added to the project have completely fucked a bunch of features that we were relying on to, allow the cross-platform compatibility. So now it's all fucked up. Like the Tory cross-platform, you know, goal is all fucked up now, fortunately. But Electron still works, so people have like I've seen actually a bunch of projects that started with Tory, and given the latest development, now they have switched back to Electron because they're like, okay, fuck that. Fuck that. JavaScript is the true universal layer. HTML, CSS, JavaScript is actually the true universal layer. And that's how it is, It is what it is. Also, one password and one password app is well polished. I mean, yeah, like yeah, it's basically a website. Huh? An Electron app is a website, and so the same way websites work. Well, uh, Electron apps work too. You know, a lot didn't use this. Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah. And it's good also because like it allows all of the numerous web dev developers who know Node, who know like any web framework, web to actually be able to ship native apps. And so this is very good. And I guess you just need to add a bunch of specific API things that relate to the native aspects, and then it works. You know. Similarly to capacitor, like I think I will try, if I have the time, I will try to put also Zencan, even though I need to refactor the mobile navigation if I do this, so that's annoying. But you can also use capacitor to do what, like to do on the app stores, the smartphone app stores, to do what Electron does on the native OS. You can ship to the Google Play Store and the iOS store with capacitor, and capacitor is also just a web view wrapped, so that's pretty cool. And everything that you can do inside the browser, you can do inside capacitor. But the only thing is that I guess if you want truly native gestures or whatever, it's less of a thing. Even though I'm wondering if there's not some APIs to do the gestures. It's just that then your code base become a bit more complex. But maybe you can still have just one code base with capacitor. I'm not sure. Oh, did I tell you? Did I tell you? No. I have been accepted. I mean, I guess most people are accepted, but I have been, my profile has been validated in the Y Combinator matchmaking, co-founder matchmaking platform. So now I'm basically on Tinder for startups, but it's not to meet a like a loving partner. It's to meet a business partner. It's to found a co-founder. So I'm on it now, and I have my profile up and running. I've received some messages already, but I think those are bots because I received them as soon as I got accepted. So I think that's a bit weird. But yeah, so and there's a lot of Parisians. Funnily enough, there's a lot of French people on the Y Combinator matchmaking platform. Even though Y Combinator is the Silicon Valley, it's the biggest, most well-known on the world startup incubator in Silicon Valley. But still, there's a lot of French people that use this platform to find co-founders, I guess, and that's actually pretty nice because it means that when you're on the platform, first you have a bit of the startup culture, like what YC is, how important it is, therefore that's why you made a profile there. And I guess you are more likely to find to meet French people who are in the same vibe as you, so this is good. um, so I'm pretty happy about that, and there's like quite a lot of people, and it's almost like on Tinder. You have a profile and you say save or pass or next or whatever, and you can go back and you know try to match, like connect, and if the person connects back you can start talking, or you can like just not connect, and you don't like the person does not cannot contact you. This is pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Hope you find someone. Yeah, I mean, hey, I've just been dating for love in the last 2 months. You know, right now I have something that seems pretty promising. The start of a relationship that might, yeah, be. I'm pretty optimistic at this stage. Um, I just had to date a lot. I just had to date 6 guys to find one where it matched correctly. So I guess I will have to do the same for my business partner now. I will have to date a lot of people to co-found the date. Um, Meetings. I guess we can say. uh, I will have to have a lot of founder meetings. And again, you just need one. At the end of the day, you just need one or two or three, depends. But at the same time, like the more I think about it and the more I see the profiles on the website, the more I'm like, I guess it's better if there's like at least 2 or 3 people who like meet at around the same time. I think like it's more healthy, because I'm seeing people that like have their startup already going or already started, like it's been like 6 months, a year already. They have like 3 co-founders already and they want more, you know? And I'm like, hmm, that's interesting. And I don't think I like the dynamic, of like adding a co-founder, like adding a fourth co-founder after like a year of work, and you get equal split of the shares. That's weird, I think. Well, I guess that's why people, yeah. And it's just better to have equal split when you have founders, because you know it's less prone to instability and stuff, and it's just fairer usually. But yeah, it's weird to like, because like the one thing I think that I mean that I've heard, that people like the YC partners doing their videos, the one thing that they say that makes the startup implode usually is that the co-founders fight and don't agree with each other, or they just there's tension and it breaks everything apart basically. So I don't think I would try to, like, I would not want to join a co-founding team that has been existing already for like 6 months, 1 year. That's weird. Maybe you're trying to find love again too. Well, yeah, you just need to, swipe and date. Maybe it's not equal split. Well, some people are proposing not equal split, but usually, as experienced, you know, like all every time all the YC partners, like the guys who have themselves founded startups, gave who have given advice to like hundreds of startups over several years, they will always tell you, and in all of their videos of the Y Combinator videos on YouTube, and that they do regularly, they always say, our recommendation is that you have equal split with your co-founders, because usually when there's not an equal split, that's where the problems begin, um, yeah. So I mean, I'm 100% never going to integrate a co-founding team if I don't have equal split with the other co-founders. That's for sure. So uh, at least that's very clear on my end. But I see that a lot of people are open to that, and I'm like, you haven't watched the YC videos if you'd say this, because this is literally one of the first thing that they say, um, about creating a startup is, you know, if you don't want more problems than you'll have to deal with already, which means, finding customers and creating something that customers want, which is already a big, big, big task, or, like a big enough task. If you don't want to add co-founder tensions and problems, please, please, please do an equal split between all co-founders. Otherwise, this is just the recipe for disaster. Because the one co-founder that has less than the others will always be the one that will create problems and that will be annoyed at not being recognized the same way and putting more work sometimes, and then and there's anger growing and mounting, and that's how startups fail. That's how startups implode. It's by co-founders leaving, because they're fed up with it, with the situation, with the unfairness or whatever. And usually the unfair resentment starts with an unequal split. So yeah, so I know that I won't accept, even if it's the greatest startup ever with the greatest people in it, like, it just means that I'm not the good profile for them if they're not willing to give me an equal split, and they should just choose somebody else that appears to them on their level, right? Like, this is like this is like a reciprocal, filtering, right? I filter for them, but they filter for me too, and it's okay and it's fine. Like, everyone chooses who they want. Like, there is no, nobody is obligated. Becoming co-founders is not mandatory, you know. So yeah, ideally speaking, I will find a co-founding team. I mean, a co-founding individual or team that just formed, like less than 6 months ago, I guess. That is really ready to give me equal split with them, and where I can also like participate into the brainstorming of the idea, so that so that we can all contribute to the idea. There's also a thing that I've noticed. There's a lot of people who have something that's already started or whatever, which is, well, in a way, this is good because it means that people are ready to build and start something or whatever. But yeah, like, at the same time, you know it would just be better to have somebody that hasn't built anything yet, just wants to find someone, and then together we think about what we will do and we start it together, you know, like that's a good way to anchor the contributions, you know, the synergy of contributions, instead of having one person that says, oh yeah, but I was here before, I put in all this work to create the website or find the first customers, so I deserve more equity or whatever, and the equal split is unfair or something, you know, like this is the worst that you can encounter. And this is the kind of problems that make the startup implode again, you know. So yeah, ideally I would like to, yeah, meet someone who hasn't started anything yet, and where we can actually start together, think about what to start and then start it, and just keep the team, either the co-founding team at least, at 2 or 3, you know, but just stop it there, and voila, stability in the co-founding team is better. And then if we raise a seed, then we can hire people, and the hires are always, you know, more flexible, they come and go, right? But the co-founding team needs to stay. Co-founders cannot come and go, you know. So it's important that everyone is like fully committed, and to fully commit, to be fully committed, I think this is better to just, you know, be there at the start of the project. This is a better way to commit people, I think, you know. That's why I'm searching, but yeah, we'll see. Let's see what's going on. Yeah, I wanted to test one last time the app before I actually try to publish on npm and on npm, on PyPy, on the UR, and on GitHub. Okay, terminal guidance. Okay, tac, new. And I've been so annoyed at how my usage limits on codecs now go so fast with 5.5. It's just that I should use 5.4 mini, but I'm just annoyed. I'm just annoyed that the limits are so low. Bon. Alors, let's create a new project. Test. Glyph. Images. Up. I drop 20. Very nice. Tac, 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 tac. Okay. All good. Now, glyph, grid. I will create a grid of this thing. Okay. 5 rows. Create grid. Co-founder is marriage without sex. And without kisses also. Yeah. Or at least for the French, only maybe on the cheek, you know, like good friends. Max, yeah. But yeah, like you know, you need to be friends with the person, because you will spend a lot of time with the person all the time, you know, like for the next few years. So yeah, this is important to find someone with who you vibe a lot. Yeah, for sure. But it's good. I mean, on the various profiles that I've seen, it's funny because there's actually a lot of people who have this mindset of, okay, I don't care that much about your resume. I care about like psychological and mindset fit more, because they are aware. I mean, you know, they have listened to the YC videos, at least. And so they understand that, yeah, actually, you know, You should not select your co-founder like you are hiring for a role or whatever. You should actually select what you personally would like in somebody, personality, because that's the person you will have to deal with, So yeah, I'm wondering if maybe I can like, mm, like link to my Twitch channel, because if somebody wants to know what I sound like, what is my personality, I guess that's a good way to know. But unfortunately, I'm not very productive in my streams, so I'm not sure if it will be a good look, you know. But at least they see how I can have fun too, and how I'm talking, and how good my English is. Maybe, you know. Uh, but yeah, I'm thinking about all of this. But I guess the best way is just also to have a date. Take a coffee, talk for a few hours, and we'll see. Huh? We can usually notice. But it's funny because there is really like a split in the types of profile that people have. Like there are some people that are like, oh yeah, I just want to find somebody with who I get along, and mindset fit, psychological fit, and there's other people that are very like LinkedIn, like I'm from HEC, it's a big like business school in France. This is HEC. I have generated X amount of millions of dollars in the last 6 years. Okay, like I'm actually a very serious person, and I seek someone who can break co-founder that can bring to the table, and the split is negotiable depending on what you bring to the table, including skills, network, you know. And I look alike, I'm like, and I look I look at those profiles, and I'm like, whoa, skip. you know like it's so like not at all what I want to. And also I have a very like in for the corpo on the corporate standards, my resume is very bad, so yeah, I have no. I guess there will be a reciprocal filtering there. But yeah, it's funny how really there's like two different kinds of people. There are people, it's like there is the right brain people, and the right brain co-founders, and the left brain co-founders. The right brain co-founders want to find someone with who they get along, because they understand that, yeah, I'm going to spend all this time with this person. And the left brain co-founders just want to find the best profile, okay, to do the most objectively successful startup that will convince all the investors to invest in us, and the customers will also be flabbergasted by our very impressive resume, which is never the case. Huh? It's about the product, it's not about you. But like, I guess since people I've been used to these kinds of presentations in corporate environments, and because in corporate environments, that's how people get judged, like in a meeting, in an HR meeting about profiles or whatever. It's the resume that guides the decision usually. So of course, people come out of this world and they're like, well, I'm just going to continue doing what worked for me, right? And it might continue working for them too, because a lot of people think like that. um it's just that usually, if you have watched enough YC videos, you understand that the real world is, especially the real small world of a team of like 2 to 4 co-founders, you know, the the relationship between those co-founders can be a little bit more complex than just, oh, we have the best resumes, or, you know, we came from elite schools or whatever, therefore company is going to succeed. It never, I mean, it's not how it works usually. It's a bit more about, the human aspects. And the human aspects, you know, people can come from the same school, but they can have completely different personalities. So yeah, that can be a problem. But can't blame people from reproducing what worked for them in another environment, especially a corporate environment. But it's just that, yeah, like here, it's a bit different because here with a startup, but even though investors do, especially in certain types of projects, like for example, Mistral in France. Uh, I think I mean, I guess the guys still did some MVPs on their own without the money, but I think a big part of the fact that they raised so much money, like it was one of the biggest raises ever in the French startup. Um, there was two aspects about it. They needed a lot of money to create the base foundational models, LLM models that needs a lot of compute. So it was of course legitimate, but also their team was like sharp. Like the resumes team were sharp as heck. Like they came from Facebook AI research, which worked on all the foundational research that led to current LLMs. So these guys were into this infrastructure, so the best possible, and they all came from Grande École, which is like elite French schools, ENS Ulm, Polytechnique, I guess, or maybe both or something. I don't remember, but like, so the French investors, like the people at the BPI, oh, they must have seen like the Facebook AI research and the ENS Ulm Polytechnique. They just nutted instantly. And so yeah, they raised a lot. And so of course for these kinds of profile, and also the fact that they need a lot of money, yeah, like the resume does matter. And I think if they didn't have that kinds of resume, they would not have raised as much, and Mistral was not going to be Mistral. But for the other kinds of more scrappy startups that are just about software and less about hardware, what matters is more the product that you make, and does it solve users problem. And I guess and once you go into these kinds of areas for startups, one of a sudden the resume and the school you went to, the university you went to, is one of a sudden much less important, because what matters is like, what are you offering to people, to help them solve their problems. And you know the school you went to is not relevant to crafting great product. I mean, yeah, it can mean that you are smart enough to be able to identify how to make a great product, for sure, but there is no one-to-one relationship to you know so yeah. And in a way, I guess, to an extent, it can even be detrimental, because of course all these people who went to big schools, they think they know, like they think they're the elite, they're very smart, they're very confident in their own ideas, of course. And this is typically the thing that makes a startup go bad, because when people are too confident in their own ideas and in their idea of what the product should be, they don't listen to the customers, they don't listen to the users and their problems, And when you don't listen to the users and to the customers, it doesn't work usually. You know. So yeah. Well, yeah, maybe tech qualifications are less important. Yes, I mean nowadays for sure. Yeah, tech qualifications are becoming less important, at least for the MVPs. At least for the MVPs. But really, bon, for anything that is more than a demo, you do need somebody technical. You know, like to configure the DNS on a cloud platform or something. You do need to know what you're doing. You know, at least a little bit. And so, bon, everyone can learn, but you know, it's better if you can have someone do that in a day or two compared to a week, right? So, you know, especially in startup where stuff need to go fast, you know. So, well, yeah. I mean, you know, at the end of the day, for a startup, everything is possible given some time and energy. You can just do things, you know, like especially now with AI, there's tremendous amounts of ways to learn everything, you know. So yeah, even a non-technical person can actually, you know, ask ChatGPT, okay, help me configure my DNS on Google Cloud Platform, and I think they will be able to do it. It's just that it might be a bit longer, and the thing might be fragile and it might break, and you know. Well, but yeah, it's possible. You know, everything is possible. You know, in the startup world, in the startup world, what matters at the end is are you solving people's problems? Are you offering a product that solve people's problems? Like customers don't give a shit about your resume. They give a shit about they care about are you solving their problems? That's uh, that's how they that's why they will pay. They will not pay because you have a pretty resume. They will pay because the product solve their problems, you know? And this is in a way very different from the corporate environment, you know, where in the corporate environment you have to, I mean, especially to be hired, you have to you have to convince the HR people and the managers and that you are a good, you know, valuable human, right? Ah, fuck. Uh, wait a minute. But in the startup, in the business world, except in specific areas, like especially the regulated areas, you know, where yeah, you need to have some credentials to do stuff. You know, you cannot do a doctor startup or a lawyer startup because those are regulated areas. But in everything else, what you know, people don't care, or at least less. They care less about the people who did the thing compared to is this thing solving my, you know, is this thing able to solve my problem? Oh, it's okay. 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 Oh yeah, I need to test the installation on the UR stuff. Okay, now Alacrity. Uh, uh, I'll go run. And it's working. Very nice. Yeah, it's all working, I think. Yep. Now let's try to copy this. Let's go into another. Let's do nv test t.md. Paste. I know, yeah, because it's ghosty. Let's go into kitty. Copy, voilà. It works nice. Voilà, here it is. We need to add a space here, yes. Okay, yeah, so it works nicely. And now for the animated ones, copy to clipboard. Voila, all the frames. Very cool. Okay, well, I think the app is now deemed functional on all platforms. And if it's not working on some platforms, people will have to submit issues. Voilà. Okay, I need to it's how do you say when you announce what you're doing? How is it called? Do this. How do you say when you announce? Hey, that was the arch folk art. Before, what do you say when you announce that what you're doing? How do you call this figure of style? In French, we call that figure of style. Not sure. Signposting, self-narration, meta commentary, meta discourse, performative utterance. Yeah, it's it's self-narration. Like you in the sample area. I'm also trying 5.4 mini. I've also tried to use 5.3 codecs, my beloved model, through the API, but it does cost a lot. Like 2 conversations and I was at like $1.5. That's a lot per thread. It's so annoying that they retired the 5.3 codecs, but yet they have not shipped 5.6 yet, or 5.6 mini or something. Because I doubt they will ship a new codex model because they said it was going to be the last codex model. But codex models are good. They're cheap and they're good at coding. Like that's all we need. I mean, that's all I need at least. It's just that they want to push on our face like all the computer use stuff, but I don't fucking use the computer use. I don't give a shit. They want us to use that, but I've never like I don't want to use computer use. I can click on things. It's okay. I don't want the AI clicking on stuff when I'm away. Like no. Coding, because coding is more, deterministic. I'm a bit more confident, like trusting. Alors, remove the particular usage. Okay. Ah. Ah. Let me test. The pre-flight tests. In end-to-end tests. So now I'm using lots of tests actually, I was not using tests before. I guess because I didn't trust the models enough to actually make like good tests. But actually now the models are good enough to make good tests. And I guess especially in 3.5 5.3 codecs, they added like this instinct where every time the model adds a feature, it adds a test, which, is good, I guess. Wait a minute, what? What's happening? Ah, something was wrong. Timeout. Yeah, because because I changed the. I changed. I changed. Change. Yes. Bon, let's see if 5.4. What's going on? What did I do? What did I do here? Wait a minute. Where's my Tipora? I know I deleted my Tipora. I didn't commit this. Ah, fuck! I forgot to commit. Wait a minute. I close. No. Ah no, no, it's the last thing. Okay. Wait, how do I zoom out again? Okay. How do I forgot. It's automatic that I forgot how to do it in Zoom. Fuck. How do I do this? Control? Alt? Fuck. Super Z. Ah, yeah. Super Z. Good, it's in the launcher. Okay. 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 Now I paste this. I'm going to use lazy git here. I think inside the last 4, 5, 6 commits, something broke the E to E test. Investigate. Yep. 5.4 mini I. Hi. Let's see. 5.4 mini is so cheap. It's so cheap, but it feels so dumb. I'm going to try to only use 5.4 mini in this 5-hour window, just to see how slowly it. I mean, no, it's not this one. The other one. My codex B. It's my second. Yeah, it's my codex B. Bon, 85. Okay. Bon, the other one. Also, I get. Bon, I'm not sure if this is like for the co-founding stuff. I'm wondering if this would be an advantage. But since I'm gay, I'm wondering if maybe the co-founding girls would be like less, you know, uh, afraid or suspicious or whatever, because I imagine that every girl that tries to meet a co-founder, most of those are straight guys. And so of course, I guess in the head of every girl is like, oh, is he inquiring because he wants me as a co-founder or because he's attracted to me, Well, at least since I'm gay, well, I didn't put that in my bio, in my co-founding bio, but that's one of the things where I'm like, maybe it can be something that you know the girls can think about in thinking like, okay, like the co-founder tension risk is lower by partnering with a gay guy, by definition, when it comes to like just us, but also our respective partners, if the girl has a boyfriend and I have a boyfriend too, I guess it's more reassuring to know that, yeah, like nothing can happen, I guess, especially since co-founders like spend a lot of time together, so of course between compatible people, like two like a straight guy, a straight girl working with each other 24/7, sometimes stuff can happen, of course, possibly not always, I'm sure, but well, At least with a straight girl and a gay guy, yeah, you know that nothing is likely to happen. You know? So I'm wondering if it's also like something good I should put maybe. Maybe I'm not going to put it because at the same time I don't want to, because of course if I do that, since most of the guys are straight, they won't like that. But at the same time, I'm not attracted to most of the straight guys that wants to be co-founders, but they don't know that. So, well, it's actually okay. But maybe they don't have the understanding to get that. Yeah. But I guess I will not miss to mention that if I have some co-founding meetings with co-founder meetings with some with like girls, I think, because it might be something, you know, good. What broke? Q was merged into the same branch as S. That means when the previous focus Q now first behaves like a leave preview instead of quit app, your HTI journey 4 sends a signal Q at the end, so it times out because the app is still open on the glyph screen. Q restored. Unconditional quit. While keeping X as a focus back cancel key. Added a regression test for okay, let's do the tests. Okay, 5.4 mini. 5.4 mini. 5.4 mini. I mean, it's not bad because I think it's above like it's above DeepSeek, if I remember correctly. Artificial analysis. It's actually above DeepSeek. 5.4 mini X high. In terminal bench, 5.4 mini is at 52, which is pretty good. X high. 52 X high. Maybe I should just use 52 5.4 mini X high. Pretty close because my base 5.3 codecs, of course, my beloved. Yeah, it's just below 5.3 codecs. So 5.4 mini, it's 5.3 codecs X high. I hope that 5.3 codecs and 5.4 mini degrade in the same way by putting like medium. I hope, because I don't have access to. Let's see something. 5.4. 5.4 medium. 5.4. 5.4 mini X high. Wait, there's no 5.4 medium? Nano. There's no that's annoying. Low. Mini. Non-reasoning. 5.4 mini. Non-reasoning. Medium. Wondering. So 5.4 mini. Non-reasoning. 18 compared to GPT OSS 120B. 5.4 mini medium 34. 5.4 low is just 43. And then 5.4 mini. So 5.4 mini X high is higher on terminal bench than 5.4 low. Interesting. But now on the cost. What is it about the cost? How is the cost? 5.4 mini X high 1,000 compared to 5.4 low is cheaper. So it's okay, it's reasonable. So there is no free meal. 5.4 low is lower than 5.4 mini X high. That's funny, huh? So it means that the reasoning level is actually more important for the performance than the raw size of the model. Because I thought that the size of the model was mostly the most important. But maybe not. Medium. 5.5 low. 5.5 low and 5.4 low. Almost the same cost. 5.5 medium and 5.4 mini X high. Almost the same cost too. 5.4 mini medium. The thing is, in my usage, I do not see that 5.5 low is that much cheaper. In the terminal bench, there's too many models. Let's get rid of what is this? Nova. M3. There's Minimax M3 that came out recently. I didn't know. Interesting. Quen K2. What is that? 5.1. Yeah. What can I get rid? Yeah, Mistral. Get away from me. Opus. I don't give a shit. Muse Spark. Muse Spark? Where is Muse Spark? Muse Spark. Oh, not that bad. Muse Spark. What is the cost of Muse Spark? Muse Spark. There's no cost. There's no cost. Muse Spark. It's not there. Why? Muse Spark. How is it on Crit P? Muse Spark 11. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. The crit P to me is probably like the most telling of the benchmark because this is very hard. And it's about physics reasoning. So like, yeah. 5.5 medium. 5.5 low. 5.5 low is lower in performance than 5.4 mini X high. But X high, mini X high is like 2.3 times, 2.5 times more expensive. I don't understand. Maybe I underestimate how output tokens, how different the amount of tokens are. Ah yeah, 5.5 low. Ah yeah, it doesn't use many tokens at all. Crazy. 7 million compared to 235 million for 5.4 mini X high. And 5.4 mini, is there 5.4 mini medium? Yeah, 35. Oh, damn. Oh, 5.4 mini medium, 300. Intelligence versus cost. 5.4 low. 5.5 low. 100, 500. Cost to run intelligence. 5.4 mini high. 5.4 mini medium. It's not that bad. 300. For mini high. Yeah, so the thinking additional cost in 5.4 mini is actually not very good. Because like you need to increase way more in price to get a corresponding. Yeah, you need to increase like 3 times. Well, in log scale. Yeah, like you need to multiply by 4. Get just a few intelligence up. Well, maybe the best is actually, for my use case, between 5.4 low and 5.5 low. For like daily use, blended price. There's so many variables in these models nowadays, like it's so confusing. Intelligence versus price. 5.4x high is actually the best. Or $2. That the cheap models. 0.65, 0.65. Yeah, 5.4 mini X high. That's the best of the. Yeah, per million tokens, but X high uses like 10 times more tokens or 8 times more tokens than the medium. God damn it. Yeah, there's like 3 groups. There are the cheap ones, the middle ones, and the expensive ones. 5.5 low. Yeah, but it's per million tokens. It's not actually per task. I think the new thing they put, this one is actually pretty good. 5.4 medium, composer, bon, whatever. I don't care. I don't want to hear about the composers or the clouds. I don't give a shit. Cost per task. That's what I want to know. 5.4 medium. 1. Oh, that's so fucking expensive. $1.5 per task. Oh, come on. 5.4 medium. 5.3 codex yesterday when I tested was like half of that. And I actually checked the API price cost. For one conversation thread about changing some, debugging some machine-wide config stuff, it took 80 cents. 5.5 medium, 5.5 XI, man. Medium, 5.4 medium. So 5.5 and 5.4 medium are not that different. Five point four low, 5.5 low 52, 5.4 low 43. On the cost, 5.4 low and 4.5 low are just very similar. I don't know what to do. 5.5 low might be better off than 5.4 mini XI, at least in costs, but also in output. 5.4 mini, I mean, it's the same basically. Yeah, I mean, 5.5 low has the same score as 5.4 mini XI, and it's like 2 times cheaper. 2.2, 2.3 times cheaper. Yeah. So I guess my baseline should be 5.5 low. And when it doesn't work, maybe I go to medium. If that doesn't work, I go to high. If that doesn't work, I go to XI, and then it takes away 30% of my 5-hour limit. And voila, that's all. Let's do that, I guess. 5.5 low, or maybe 5.4 low, but actually 5.4 low is way below, but it's just slightly cheaper. So maybe 5.5 low is the move. Oh, let's try this. This regression, no. Okay, codex. 5.5 low. All pre-flight passed, actually. Okay. Let's brainstorm around the shortcuts. I need to end their legends. On the footer of the TUI, I need to have only a few of them. There are too many and a lot are hidden by the constraints of the TUI. So we need to reduce their numbers. Let's see. I am at 99 right now. So he will look around. He will Oh no, you already did. What the hell? Already? Okay, 1%. Is it that fast? No way. Ouais, hein? Ok. Alors, 3-5 shortcuts while keeping less common. Always quit help, navigation, tab, open. Possible for terminal. Panel, navigate, enter, no, the panels are with tab. Oh yeah, I need to make the panel navigatable by the arrows too. Panels need to be tab as shortcut because that's how they work. Inspect and update your proposition. I need to put into my head then the OpenAI models, the thinking levels actually is the main driver of performance nowadays, way more than the size of the model, of the version. I need to put that into my head. Like, for example, new, where we are at now? 97. Yeah, so now it's 1% per like. Yeah, okay. Agree. Tab is the actual panel switching shortcut. Okay, do that. Do that. Test. Commit and push. Let's see. I'm at 97. Let's see how much it will take for it to act. How much percentages of usage? Okay, how much? 95. Okay. Yeah, so maybe 5.5 low is the move. Yeah, I tested it already. Bon. I'm so confused. 5.6 when? GPT 5.6 when? GPT 5.6 when? Hmm? What? Two other files? Hmm? What do you mean? What was that? Oh, it's the fix. Ah, it's the test. Simplify to I forgot to commit this. Uh-huh. Yep. Okay. Okay. Why does it disalign itself? I don't know. Bon. Clippy still flags the unrelated unused build button variant. Why does Clippy still flags the because I can focus is declared is never constructed anywhere. Matched against that variant, but matching reading a variant does not count as constructing. Clippy's dead code warning. Okay, fix the dead code then. Yeah, because there's no build button. There's only I fused them. How is Versailles, Ohio? Versailles, I'm sure. Versailles. Versailles, Ohio. I'm reading a tweet. Meme tweet while the agent is working. My first two messages, invitations on YC matchmaking platform are like founders from Japan, and they have the exact same message. So I think they are just bots. But why would you contact people on the YC matchmaking platform from Japan? I guess to scam them, to scam people, but how? Mm. Oh, remove the obsolete build button variant. Okay. Very nice. Yeah. To fix PP warning. Huh? Oh, no. Okay, let's see. What does this look like? Cargo build and cargo run. Oh yeah, I have 1,000. I have 1,000. Okay. Is it possible while the application is starting to show some loading bar or something? Because when I have lots of glyphs installed, like more than 5,000, can take a few seconds to open the app, wondering if it would be easy to add a loading bar or spinner or something to show the user that we're just loading the app here. Really? Really? So this will appear when I run cargo run, right? Like below the running target debug glyph, right? Let's see. Ah ouais. Oh, that's pretty nice. That's pretty cool. That's even better than what I was thinking about. That's pretty nice, actually. Oh yeah. Loading projects is also in glyphs. Oh yeah. Wow. That's pretty nice. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Oh, what the fuck? I know. Wait, it's still, yeah. Oh no, it's good actually. It's good. Okay, nice. Um, So how can I do this? I need to make, so right now you can only switch between home and glyphs panel with the tab shortcut. I want to keep this tab shortcut running, but I also want the navigation to allow the user to switch the selected panel with the arrows and pressing enter. So up from the top of the glyph object list should make the selection go to the panel line, and since and this selection should have another color, I guess, than the current right now. Yeah, selection, because the current like active panel already has the color of the other buttons current selection. Hello Yannick, you are an alien now. This is an alien. Aliens. It's funny how aliens are, funnily enough, popping up a lot in the news lately, right? With the Steven Spielberg movie Disclosure Day, and then with the Trump and his releases of the files and stuff, the Pentagon videos. Bon, nothing crazy is happening, huh? The Pentagon videos are just the same as they used to be. They've already released videos like this before. But the Spielberg movie is interesting. Bon, Steven Spielberg has been always making lots of aliens movies, right? Like E.T., Encounter of the Third Kind, and now this. But I think this is funny. This is just a bit annoying to me because I appear to my date, the guy I'm dating. I think I appear to talk a lot about aliens now. But it's not my fault. It's just because it's in the news. What can I say, you know? I will not talk about next date. I will not talk about it. I will say no. No. No aliens. No aliens. Would you rather date an alien or a real person? A real person. A real person. For sure. Yeah. The aliens, they're not very nice, huh? I mean, they can be nice. It's just that they don't care about your consent. They can be nice, but after they've forcefully extracted semen from your body, after they're very nice. But some people have even described that they can be uplifted by, you know, the telepathic exchanges or whatever. But what comes just before that uplifting moment is more painful, you know? So no, I would not like to date an alien because they are too powerful and they don't care much about consent, it seems. Or at least only to the extent that you are doing what they want you to do, you know? As long as you consent to, like, as long as you do what they want you to do, you know, it's all fine. But like, you don't have a choice at the same time. Has any one of them ever been abducted? Some people are into that, I'm sure. Ah, has any one of them ever been abducted? Ah, I mean, no, I mean, actually, there have been people who have, especially men, women usually don't recall having sex with an humanoid, non-human being or something. The women are just usually, you know, operated on, extracted stuff. They, but the men usually recall some sexual interactions. There's been several famous abductees, guys, that have recalled. I mean, rapes. Those are rapes. Either rapes, so like they wake up and there is like a weird something that looks like a female on top of them usually, or they are, you know, laid down on the metallic table and there's a weird entity that looks like a female human, but they can tell that it's not like the usual kinds of human that, you know, humans are. It's like a weird different kinds of human. It's a female. Usually the female is blonde, has blonde hair, or sometimes weirdly like transparent hair. Um, for some reason, blue eyes. People, some guys have described like big cheekbones for some reason, like extremely big cheekbones, big foreheads. One guy described like a female entity that was like growling or something, you know, like an animal when he was having sex. But the guy in question, he had sex like willingly, but at the same time he said that he was like they had a beach they had a big sponge, and they like put some weird liquid on his body, and then it made him horny like 10 minutes later, and then when he became horny, the girl arrived naked and they had sex, and then like, when it was over, he felt like he was being used or something. And he said the girl, when she went away from the room, the girl's the woman, humanoid but not fully human, the woman pointed to her belly and pointed to the sky or to the ceiling, and then she went away. You know, like, oh, like I'm taking this with me, you know. So yeah, some weird. So, you know, yeah, some guys have described this. So this is like semi consent, semi rape, I guess, because the guy in question was made horny by the liquid or whatever. But some people just describe straight up rape. Like some men also describe, you know, being immobilized and having an erection, and some humanoid female, but is not fully like a real human, comes on top of them, do and makes them come, and she goes away. There's also a guy, the guy. There's also people that recall rapes happening between two humans, like the aliens make two humans have sex for some reason, but like both are immobilized and they cannot, like, they are not in control of what they're doing. There's one guy that said that he saw the woman with who he was being forced to have sex with cry, you know, like he saw her tears while the thing was happening. So, you know, yeah, like According to the abductees, you know, uh, sexual consent is not something that the aliens care too much about, it seems. I guess sometimes they do, but they still use you, I guess, and they make you horny. It's weird, you know. Yeah. Can I have a terminal at the bottom and a terminal on the right on Neovim? If yes, can you show me how? Yes. Never mind. I discovered it. Okay, I don't discover it because I wanted separate terminal, and what I'm writing is appearing on both. Yeah, so you just need to, I mean, if you want separate terminals on both, because like you first need to separate to create the separate window. So on my lazy vim, it's like leader, so space for me, leader W, and then you have all the options to split like right, vertical, horizontal, or whatever. So you split like that first, and then when you are inside the split, you do colon to open the command, and you type term term, enter, and it creates a terminal buffer inside this split. Yeah, I can show you. I mean, like for example, here, on this split here. So this is a split. Now I have like a split here. So if I quit lazy vim, but here this is a terminal. But let's say I had a buffer here. So if I know, how can I? Well, here I have a buffer. That I have the README contributing MD whatever. This is a split, right? If I want to open a new terminal in this split, I do column. So this is the command while having the cursor inside there first, and then I type term. Boom, enter, and voila. And now it's my new terminal. Voila. And now I can have something different. But yeah, it's just that, and this is a new buffer here. So you first create the split, and then you add a new terminal buffer, and it should auto assign. But the terminal is a buffer like all the other buffers. Like it's just a special type of buffer. That's all. And if you don't want the stuff to be duplicated, you just create a new one. Yeah. Thanks. You're welcome. I guess you figure it out. Fuck. Oh, what's going on? I can't. Oh, and now my Novim is fucked. I would like. Oh no. My leader doesn't work anymore. What the fuck? Why is my leader not working? What the fuck? Hello? I would like my leader to work again. What the hell? Oh, that's so now I have both in the same buffer. Why is it going down? What the fuck? Why is my buffer not working? Oh, come on. I guess Lazy Vim has a bug. Brother. I want to keep the short, but I also want to navigate the user. This section show yeah. So you can do space to split vertically. Yes, also I guess, yeah. I don't have all the shortcuts in mind. Why is the leader not working? What the fuck? How to disable mouse? No. Inspect. Me, what the fuck? Why is my lazy Vim prevent not hearing the leader to show the menu and stuff? It's going one line down when I press space now. Something is bugged. Well, yeah. Well, yeah, it was working, but something broke, I think. Press space if the menu returns without a bit. No. Space. That's crazy. What the fuck? Oh, it's because it's recording. Oh, I'm stupid. Oh, I pressed Q without realizing. Okay. That's why. Okay, now I can close all these. Okay, all is good. Lazy git up. Voilà. Okay, let me close this. Okay. Alors, get the button correct in selection. Switching from the two panel selection, not active, not activating, should be with arrow left, right, and activate and switching from one or the other panel should be with selection positioned on the panel and pressing enter. Go. Alors, 85. I'm at 85. Let's see how much this eats. I never think that stuff is behaving weirdly because I'm recording. But I should. I should. I'm wondering if I refresh the term, does it show the new glyphs? I I guess no. I guess I need to restart Neovim. Let's just the terminal. Yeah. Represent the headers and explicit focus state and But yet, to answer your question, Yannick, I've never heard of any abductee that said that they actually enjoyed the the alien sexual stuff. Usually, nobody likes it because they don't have a choice. They are forced. So that's usually why they don't like it. Which is understandable, you think about it. I mean, maybe some are appreciating. It's just that they never give their testimony. Maybe they are full of, shame. Maybe they are shameful of liking all the alien sex, so they don't want to talk about it. But yeah, most people who talk, at least, they really don't like it. Let's try that. Okay, let's see. But if the aliens can make you forget it, why can't they make you like it? I mean, it's because they don't care that you like it or not. They care that you comply, so they are making you compliant. Like, people often describe that they, when they are in the presence of these alien guys, they are telepathically put into a childlike state where you accept everything that they tell you to do. It's just that after the fact, people remember that, yeah, no, actually, I wouldn't have said yes, or if I was in plain possession of my, you know, of my intellectual abilities. I mean, it's very similar to when you're drunk, or something. It's like, that your perception of the situation was altered, you know that you did things because you were drunk, but you also know that if you were not drunk, you wouldn't have done those things, right? And I guess that's how people describe it. Is they often say that they are put, when they are allowed to remember, they are put into these childlike states that make you obedient and compliant with what these guys want you to do, which usually is just to not move. Basically, that's what they want you to do usually, to extract some samples or whatever. Or when they want you to do something, they just force, like they make you do it. But after the fact, people realize that, oh yeah, I didn't want to do that. Like, yeah, it's a weird it's weird. But yeah, people usually never say, oh yeah, they asked me to do this and I said yes, why not, no, usually they're not asking. They're just making you do it, or not do it, or just stay put and you can't move. They are paralyzing you, or they are, yeah. But what if I want to comply? Well, on their side, it won't change anything. They don't care. They just care that you don't mess with them, you know, like uh, a few weeks ago I saw an interview of a guy that was abducted, but not in his bedroom. I think he was abducted like outside. I think it was military. He was camping or, you know, hiking or whatever. I think, if I remember correctly. And basically, like, he was not fully anesthetized or he was not like paralyzed. And he said that at some point he was on the table or he was like seated or something. They asked him to jerk off or whatever, and he said, "Okay, I can just sit and do it by myself if you want." So they accepted and they let him, uh, you know, do the thing, give the sample himself, but he was not under telepathic control or whatever. And at some point, he said that so there were the little grays around him, and he said like, yeah, at some point I thought about, because they were so small and their necks were so small, because you know they have very small necks compared to ours. They you know, it's like half the size. And he at some point, while he was still on the table and they were just going around him, he had the thought of maybe he could just take on all of these little guys and snap their neck or something to go away from here, you know? And just as he had the thought of like breaking their necks, they all the aliens around him just like stopped what they were doing and they started looking at him and going back, you know, like being afraid. He said, and just at the moment he started thinking about it, you know? So it means that they still were monitoring his thoughts one way or another. It's just that they didn't want to make him comply, I guess, because probably he was probably, I don't know, compliant enough or willing to, you know, do what they wanted. You know, so like there is this weird thing where sometimes they allow you to, you know, to have some leeway into your autonomy or whatever of decision, but maybe if they are too afraid of you, then maybe they enact the telepathic like compliant mode or whatever that just puts you into, you know, a state of not controlling yourself anymore or something. Because here, like, you know, he had a few minutes where he thought about maybe breaking their necks and going out, and they were like, "Oh fuck, he's going to, you know, he's going to attack us," and they reacted. You know, they were like, "Oh," so you know. But if I comply anyways, will they still make me a vegetable? Maybe not. I mean, some to an extent, I think there is like some margins where you can have a conversation. There is like a guy that said that, so basically this guy is being abducted by the same kinds of beings every 20 years or something for like a few months. Like there is like a good, you know, 6 months or whatever where he will be abducted once per week or once every 2 weeks or whatever for like a period, and then it stops, and then 20 years later it happens again. So you know, he like it happened to him when he was like 20, then 40, then 60. And I think at some point he started putting messages on the wall like, "Hey, can I talk with you? Like, I would like to have some, you know, some role in this because you know, I'm powerless. Please be nice with me." And he said that after he put up the wall, like a few weeks later, he forgot about the messages. But he one night he woke up and he was allowed to remember, and he was like suspended in his garage, like bent like this, like in levitation, immobilized, paralyzed, but suspended in the air, bent like this, and there was a little alien there. And he basically has a memory, like a 30-second memory of the alien being in front of him while he was like, you know, in levitation, in his pajamas, like this, in his garage. And the alien was basically telling him like, "Oh, I'm sorry, but like there are rules and we can't allow you to remember. uh like I'm not allowed to letting you remember, and I understand what you go through." And but unfortunately, like, it's against the rules. Sorry, you're not allowed to remember, but like, good try. And then whoop, and then he black screen, and he woke up the next day. you know so I guess, to an extent, there can be some negotiations, right, for people who are getting abducted with these beings. And like, just the fact that this random guy that got abducted in while he was hiking or whatever could actually tell the little grays, "Hey, can I just jerk off myself instead of you like extracting it?" And they were like, "Yeah, okay, fine." So there is some negotiations. It's just that I guess it depends on maybe on the rules of the alien org or something. Maybe where you sometimes they can let you do things on your own, sometimes they can't because it's against the rules, I guess. you know so yeah. Why didn't the guy put a camera? Because they disabled the camera. Like, they always, like, he uh, you know there's plenty of abductees that always try to put cameras, photos, capturing devices or whatever, sound. They always don't work. They nothing is recorded. You also see that on the Skinwalker Ranch, for example. The Skinwalker Ranch, the famous UFO hotspot. Uh, there's been like generations of researchers that have tried to, because there's weird things happening on the Skinwalker Ranch. There are like cows being mutilated, horses that have been mutilated. They always try to put a camera to catch the thing as it's happening, and every fucking time the camera shuts down just at the moment where it happens. It's always like this. So yeah. Do you think skinwalkers are real? I don't know about skinwalkers, but I know about the Skinwalker Ranch. And I guess the Skinwalker Ranch has been called like this because of the weird phenomenons that happen around the ranch that usually involve a mix of animal mutilation, UFO sightings, uh, weird, like, people that see like Bigfoots or something, like shadow people and weird stuff around the Skinwalker Ranch. But I mean, I don't know if it's skinwalkers, aliens, ghosts. I don't care. I mean, I don't know and I don't care. I just know that, yeah, the Skinwalker Ranch is like a paranormal hotspot that people have been studying for years. But it's always very hard to. I mean, it's almost impossible for people to actually capture proofs of, definitive proofs. Like, I think it's Jacques Vallée, who is a French famous UFO researcher. He said, like, once he recalled coming onto like one of those Skinwalker Ranch studies where they put like two ranges of cameras. Like, they put like a set of cameras around the corals where the animals were to try to witness like a live mutilation, and they put a second around like a second set of cameras to watch the first cameras, you know, just to see if someone was messing with the cameras. And he said both. And when this weird stuff happened, when they heard like the animal being, you know, like shouting or whatever, crying, and the animal was mutilated after the next day, they said both cameras were disabled, you know, and they were just cut, you know, they were like the one of the wires that were connecting all of them cut straight, you know, voila, and nobody noticed anything. I mean, you know, like, yeah. I think skinwalkers are some creature that pose as people or animal, but they weirdly suck at it. Ah, maybe. I'm not sure. I mean, so about the, I don't know specifically about skinwalkers, but I know that the Skinwalker Ranch was named after this because I guess uh, maybe some people associated the weird stuff happening at the Skinwalker Ranch. They associated that with the Skinwalker myth or legend, mythology. I don't know how you can um, talk about this. Uh, but like what's happening at the Skinwalker Ranch is way more diverse than just one phenomenon. Like the Skinwalker Ranch, there's so many weird stuff happening. People have been seeing UFOs. People have been seeing like shadow people, you know, like big shadowy figures. Uh, People have been seeing you know, people have been feeling unwell in the within like in the inside the ranch or whatever, the old ranch. Nobody lives there anymore, but you know, when people come, they feel the air. People have been smelling sulfur, you know, which like in medieval times people said that the smell of the devil is sulfur or something. But people have been smelling like sulfur in the air even though there's no sulfur around. Uh, you know, the weird thing where animals have been mutilated like for years on this ranch. Um, you know, people see ghosts, people see weird things at night, people see orbs, you know, like orbs of light at night and during the day too sometimes. Um, People hear big rumbles in the earth as if like there was a big machinery going on below, you know, even though there's nobody like human at least on the earth, you know, like below, and the scans don't reveal anything, you know, like people are like there's just weird kinds of things that people have been experiencing. And there's also the yeah the and I don't know if it's a skinwalker, but it's the phenomenon where people who come onto the ranch to study stuff, when they go back to their home, they bring with them, like they experience some weird stuff, paranormal stuff inside their home, and it scares their children, it scares their wife, you know, even though they were like it was only the husband that went to the ranch to study for like a weekend. Then they come back to their home, and like some guy described, for example, but I mean several people, but you know, the one I remember, he described in front of his door of, you know, like it was the hallway to the front door, and he described what was like a big ass Bigfoot like shadow people or something, you know, like that looked like a Bigfoot in the, you know, just in front of the door. uh One day after visiting the Skinwalker Ranch, you know, people they describe weird and like, and there is like the billionaire Bigelow, Robert Bigelow, that is doing space stuff nowadays, but he also spent a good like 10 years, I think, funding the studies on the Skinwalker Ranch, and he said that at the end of the studies, he sold the ranch because he said that he was worried that some people were going to be injured, and he was going to be legally responsible for the people being injured by the phenomenons happening at the Skinwalker Ranch while he was owning it, you know. And he said that's why I stopped the studies on the Skinwalker Ranch and I sold it, because I was just too afraid that people were actually going to like be injured or die or something because some, you know, stuff happening in their home when they go back to their home, stuff follow, you know, weird phenomenons follow them homes and scare their children. You know, there are people who wake up, you know, with like scratches, you know, cuts or something. It's like, you know. So yeah, Skinwalker Ranch. So there's a bunch of weird phenomenons happening at the Skinwalker Ranch. Um, yeah, that is not only about people see the Skinwalkers. Every, you know, it's just weird stuff. Maybe it involves you know, weird beings that can be called Skinwalkers. Maybe, I don't know. But yeah, ball lightning. Yeah, I mean, ball lightning is just a scientifically sounding term for something paranormal, which is an orb of light. You know, like ball lightning is not actually like a real scientifically studied thing. It's what people call it's what people call an orb of light, a floating orb of light, when they don't know what it is, you know, to sound less crazy. Basically, they say, "Oh yeah, it's ball lightning, right? This very well-known phenomenon." No studies have been published on this. Like, no, this is not a thing. You know, you cannot create ball lightning in a lab, at least in the way that people describe it. You know, like a little ball of light. You know, like carrying around and walking, you know, and like visiting a place. No, this is not something that, you know, is scientifically studied. This is a paranormal thing. Yeah. So yeah, and people have been uh, saying that on the Skinwalker Ranch they see orbs of light. Yeah. Yeah. You know. So yeah, there's a bunch of here with stuff. You know, in the Skinwalker Ranch, they also tried for some reason to like dig a hole through like a mountain or down or something, and the machines always break down for some reason, so they cannot dig, they cannot dig a hole, even though, you know, they would like to dig a hole to see what, like, if there is something, because people are hearing some weird, you know, as if there's like a train or machinery below. So they brought like a digging machine, and it broke down. Everything broke down. All the equipment that they tried to bring to this site, to the Skinwalker Ranch, to study what's happening, everything always breaks down. You know, and it's been happening for decades. So yeah, you know, it's just how it is. Why don't they throw a bomb on it? I don't know. Because I don't know, because maybe it's illegal, huh, to detonate a bomb in the civilian property, I guess, first. What if the Russians are digging up there? Well, you know, I mean, it could be the Russians, it could be, you know, a classified military underground base, you know, like a US underground base or something. It's possible. Um, it's just that it's not only that, it's also everything else, paranormal, you know, like why would, like, you know, and yeah, the US military, why would it want people to see orbs of lights and Bigfoot shadow people in their home? Like, you know, like no, it's not something, you know, it's just paranormal stuff. And there's a lot of paranormal stuff in the Skinwalker Ranch, and nobody knows why, you know, like at least you know, people who have been studying the ranch, they're trying, but nobody really knows. And every time somebody tries to dig deeper, everything stops. The machinery breaks down. The cameras don't work. People feel unwell. They need to leave or something. Like they and when they go back to their home, there are some weird ghost things follow them. It's fucked up, huh? It's fucked up. Like it doesn't make you want to study there. Some people still do, especially there is like a Netflix show about the Skinwalker Ranch where you can see all the experience that they're trying to do, and it always fails. It always fails to go to the full extent because the machinery always breaks down, the electronics always break down, cease to function. I mean, no, I think there's one thing that they successfully did. They tried to like launch a rocket to like a weird area where people were seeing like portals or something sometimes, or UFOs or something. I don't remember exactly, but they noticed that like the rocket did a weird like movement that it was not supposed to do. Well, maybe it was just a dysfunctioning, flap or whatever. But maybe something weird is going. I don't know. Maybe the secret Lockheed Martin bioweapons are leaking out. Yeah, it could be. Again, nobody knows what's going on. Yeah, maybe it's like a weird radio wave emission antenna from a classified military project that makes people hallucinate stuff. It's possible, huh? It's possible. Like I've seen a video of those the UFO channel that I watch, Jesse Mitchell's in Area 52. Jesse Mitchell talked about the fact that like in the 60s, 70s, 80s or whatever, there was a lot of studies around um like interacting with the brain with the radio waves or with like certain frequencies, like to and maybe that could allow some researchers or maybe after some military people to communicate words or make like the inside of your ear resonate in a way that you could sound like words or um to so maybe there's stuff like that. Maybe there are certain frequencies that can make the inside of the brain fuck up, and maybe you hallucinate when you hear this frequency or when the radio waves or whatever are pointed at you. I don't know. It's possible. There's all kinds of real explanation, or maybe it's just a paranormal thing, and maybe ghosts are real, and maybe this is just a hotspot. I don't know. Wasn't there this place where some poison stuff making people hallucinate and think it was cursed? Well, yeah, I mean, people talk about like swamp gas, but it was like, you know, it was just to ridicule the subject. Like one of the first ridicule campaign in the UFO, era after the 50s, where it started to ramp up the people seeing weird stuff in the sky and stuff. Um, uh, yeah, one of the first debunking articles, campaigns, were that, oh yeah, actually there is a gas emanated by swamp areas or whatever that can make people hallucinate orbs and UFOs and no. And but after the fact, when like there was never any scientific studies showing this. But for some reason, there was a bunch of articles talking about this. So is that maybe what you're referring to? I don't know. Maybe it was the stuff that made the frogs gay. Yes, that's right. It's the same thing. Alex Jones would be proud. They make the frogs gay, and they make people see UFOs. Mm-mm. Papa pow. Okay, let me try. Voila. Very nice. Yes, yellow is good. Okay, home. Glyph. Okay, I'm happy. Um, Also up from the verbose selection button should go to the panel line selection. Then test, commit, and push. Aliens, yeah. Oh la la. But like the more I think about it, because when I just discovered the subject, uh, I was very excited because I was like, oh fuck, it's probably real, or at least something about all this is real. Because serious politicians in the U.S. like Chuck Schumer, uh, and his other fellow senators and representatives. There's a group of like Congress people in the US, like 10, 20, that are really interested in the subject and they want to push the administrations to uncover stuff more. And so at the beginning, I was quite excited about this. But then, the more you look at this, the more you realize people have been interested and have been wanted to dig into this subject for decades now, like since the 50s, and every time it keeps like the efforts for more transparency, more disclosure, no, they kind of fail, or they stall, or they just progress a little bit, but not that much. And most, and recently there's been all these like military nuclear gravity related scientists that have been dying, and and military people that have been dying in a very weird way, or disappearing, you know I mean, like there was people before them that also disappeared. Less though. This one that we had last year or 2 years ago, that's quite a lot of people. It's like 5, 6 people that disappeared like in the span of 2 years, that were interested in the subject, and that was either highly, like, they occupied a pretty high role into the military related, that could relate to this subject, or they were just researching anti-gravity or something, and they all either died, committed suicide, or disappeared. General McCasland, there was this like 36-year-old girl that said that she was working on anti-gravity, and she was having like people like calling her and telling her she's that they're just waiting for her to publish a paper to kill her or something, like, and then she committed suicide. Well, maybe because of psychological problems. But like, it makes you think, like, some point, and especially since those all these phenomenons, they always seem so powerful and all controlling compared to us. It's not like it's these phenomenons are not passive, they are active, and they are responding to us in ways that are just weird. And it's not like we're studying nature. It's like we're interacting with something that doesn't want us to study it, you know so well, and at the end of the day, anyway, so society keeps being the same. Like, journalists do not wake up thinking, oh, UFO is a serious subject. No. Even though in some channels like News Nation or whatever, they do take the subject seriously because, oh yeah, they noticed that some official Congress people in the US Congress take this subject seriously because there's like actually military whistleblowers or whatever, but they're very small. It's a small amount, and it's never enough to actually change the zeitgeist, like the to open the Overton window. I mean, the Overton window is slightly opening, I guess, on the subject compared to 10 years ago, but it's not that much anyway for most people. It doesn't move the needle. Will I also disappear? No. No, no, no. No, I mean, I will not disappear. Bon, I don't know. 'Cause, at the same time, there's been journalists that have been studying this subject for, like, especially receiving testimonies from military whistleblowers. Like George Knapp, for example. George Knapp has been studying this subject since he was like 30 or 40 years old, and now he's like 70, and he still is not dead. Huh? um, so it's not everyone who studied this or who is aware, but some people die for some reason related to the subject. Maybe it's also just like statistical, you know um, confirmation bias or whatever. It's like, on average, some people will die before they are 90 years old. So I guess among all the UFO interested people, some people will die randomly, right? But it's not because they've been hunted. It's just because people die sometimes. So maybe it's just that. But yeah, I mean, it's just at the end of the day, also, it doesn't change much. Like, for most people. I mean, I guess there are some journalists who make their career this, but it's always about gathering information and showing it to the people who are interested. And it's not actually, you know, revealing anything, especially since the government seems to be, weirdly opposed to releasing the good stuff. Like, well, the fact that the Pentagon is releasing more and more UFO videos that have been captured by military sensors is a good thing, I guess. To make people used to the fact that, yeah, your military is actually observing weird ass stuff that it cannot explain uh, by conventional means with their sensors, like with like infrared, captures or cameras, sensors. Uh, yeah, but what do you do with this information? Not much, right? Oh, okay. The U.S. military is capturing weird stuff that they cannot explain. Okay, you know, but like it's not first contact. It's not, it doesn't move the needle. It's just oh yeah, okay. There's weird stuff happening in the atmosphere. I guess. Okay, okay. Catch the game last night. you know what do you want to eat tonight? Yeah, so bon. Is I like bon, at some point it's just yeah. When you start to inquiry into the subject, you wish that it was not entertainment, that it was just history, right? But the way it has played in the last 70 years has not been, like in most subjects, like especially since it's not scientific. Like every time the scientists look at it, they always dismiss it. They can't find any proofs because, of course, all the fucking material breaks down and the electronic breaks down every time you try to film this stuff, except the military sensors for some reason. Um, and nowadays with AI, everyone can, create any photos they want. So well, it's just very confusing. It's a very confusing subject. It's confusing. It's also like exciting, but at the same time, it's like it's socially humiliating. Like it's laughed at. It's a subject that is laughed at still. So you can't actually talk about it seriously, even though, well, fortunately, some people can talk about it seriously. But like it's like socially speaking, it's a hard subject to be in. You know, even like Avi Loeb, who is, who was one of the most respected astronomer in the world because he was the chair of astronomy at Harvard. The moment he started to get interested into the UFO subject, you know, all of his colleagues started piling piles of shit on his reputation, and now, you know, I'm pretty sure he's not as well regarded as he was before. Just because he thinks that, yeah, there's something real behind this and scientists should study it, and I agree with him, But yeah, since this is a very socially fringe subject, now he has lost all his reputation that he spent like 50 years building, I guess. You know? Bon, I guess he, as many great people, he might be also a little bit autistic, so he might not have understood how reputationally damaging the way he was talking about this subject was going to be. And so now I guess he's a bit, he probably, I guess he's slowly realizing how much damage he's done to himself and to his reputation, especially during the weird asteroid that passed through the solar system that released some gas or whatever, where he said all these crazy theories about, oh yeah, maybe it's a factory that is releasing some zinc manufacturing stuff or whatever. But you know he didn't have any clues, but he just said out loud that he's one of the many possibilities that he had in mind. But you know, like, yeah, that's not what serious scientists do. They just, you know, like, most serious scientists are very cautious and with what they say and their conclusions and whatever. And even though it was just in blog posts that he was saying that, not in, I mean, I guess he did say that in one, but well, you know, in the speculation or whatever aspect of his papers. You know, it takes very little to destroy a reputation. And for Avilob, that's what it took. A few sentences about, maybe this asteroid is a factory. Well, okay, yeah, goodbye. Now he's not invited to the scientific conferences anymore, I'm sure. He's not in, like, I'm sure now nobody wants to collaborate with him on, you know, astronomical papers because now his reputation is burned. You know, it's sad, right? It's like good people with good intentions that just want to push the science forward, but maybe a bit not very. He was just a bit wonky about it, a bit, I don't know, maladroit. It's like, maladroit, clumsy, yeah, in an awkward way. Clumsy, yeah, clumsily. And so now, voila, he lost all his reputation. Spent 50 years building a reputation, scientific reputation, and now he's lost it all. You know, and that's what happens sometimes when you talk about this subject. Well, here I'm a small streamer, so I guess, you know, it's still okay for me to talk about it. But if one day I become more well known, if one day, you know, I have to speak to, you know, like some people listen, like I have an audience or whatever, I don't think I will talk about this subject anymore, you know, or not in the same way that I'm talking about it here, you know, because it's a subject that's just, yeah, socially isolating, you know, it's a weird subject. Hello, Stigman, how are you? How are you, Stigman? What is this emote? Anitiev Poro. What is the character below the anime girl? Not sure. Spent 2 hours and a half hours rebuilding my PC. Oh, really? Space moving down so you can know space. Yeah, yeah. It was recording with you. And what did you change when you rebuilt your PC, Stigman? Did I change everything I wanted to change? Let's see. Why do I have the same thing twice? What the fuck? New PSU and new CPU cooler. Ah, very nice. Very nice. Did you increase the wattage of your PSU? Oh yeah, I wanted to try something. Well, I think everything works, huh? Roughly speaking. Yeah. Mm, yeah, I wanted to try something. Maybe I will switch to 4.5 low. I want to change all the knobs across the creation workflows of this code base across the 4 into buttons that look like the buttons of the home panel more. This thin kind of a style. Please replay while keeping all the up down features. Increment features. Just the look of the buttons themselves need to be harmonized with the rest of the app because right now they're a bit fat. Do it, test, commit, and push. No, maybe do it, test, commit. I went from 750 bronze to 850 gold. Increased my CPU from 140 watts to 180 watts as well. Okay. Yeah, very nice. Yeah, I've heard the gold PSUs are the best. I don't know exactly why. I don't know what does it change. Is it the pins that are gold or is it like something inside the PSU that is gold? Not sure. They're not better. Titanium and platinum are better. Oh. It's just a benchmark branding. Ah. Ah, okay. Ah, it's the gold is a certificate. Ah, yeah, it's not about the actual metals inside the PSU. Okay. Oh, because like gold, I think is actually used a lot in electronics. So I just assumed that the PSU gold had some gold, in their electronic boards. But okay, there's no relationship. Okay. Okay, it's just higher quality transformers or whatever. Like bronze, it gets 80% efficiency, silver 85, and gold 90-ish. Titanium and platinum are in the high 90s in efficiency. Yeah. It's how much waste heat they generate. Okay. Okay, I see. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, okay, it makes sense. Yeah, because of course, if they generate heat, the case is hot and the CPU can throttle more easily. Mm-hmm. They generate heat because they have to transform 104, 240 watts down to like 3.5 watts, volt, not watts. Okay. Yeah. Watts and volts. Voltage is like how much you push the electricity. Watt is like, I don't remember. What is the watt already? It's like the power, the amperage times the volt, right? Or something. Watts is volt times amp. Okay. Yeah, that's right. So watt is the actual, like, it's the water that flows. You know? Voltage is how much pressure, and amp is how much water goes through, right? And watt is actually like how much water goes through per second or something. Watt hour, right? I think. So 20 volt at 2 amps is 40 watts. Yeah. Yeah. 20 volts, voilà, at 2 amps is 40 watts. Yeah, because 20 volts is very small. 2 amps is pretty big. But since it goes, the pressure, it's so slow, like, right? The volt is so low, so 40 watts it's okay. It's not that bad. You know, it's okay. I had a meme. In the meme folder, I had like something that describes the. Attends, let me find the illustration. Electricity. Voilà. Voilà. That's why I remember. Okay. Electricity explained. The voltage pushes the amp into the hole, and the ohms is the resistance. The plat de resistance. No, the resistance. So the volt push the amp. But here what they don't say is that both those girls are watts. Wattage. The volt that pushes on the amp, together, they are the wattage. Voilà. Did you get this from your Yuri anime? No. First of all, I don't have a Yuri anime. I have a ecchi anime. And second, no. I got this from Reddit, I think. From the internet. Or maybe from Twitter. I'm not sure. I get my memes from a variety of places, you know? What is this? Once I pick the perfect subject to portray you as your you as your life is fucking over. Yes. What did I see? Like, I look at my old Telegram and I had some funny memes. Don't remember. I looked at before. No, I already showed you everything. Oop. Sorry, it was a bit high. Very nice. I think I didn't have all my memes here. I forgot to transfer a bunch of my memes. I think. I remember this one, it's pretty old now, right? But it made the rounds. People were laughing a lot. And that's all. What? Ah, yeah. Zuck. French meme also. Stop. Are my knobs fixed? I will now check my knobs. What is French Nazi JPG? Yeah, I saw it. So where is it? French Nazi JPG. Rassurez-vous, ouhou, c'est français. Voilà. It's a meme. It's like this is a famous actor. This is Gérard Jugnot, I think. And for some reason on Reddit, on the French subreddit Rance, not France but Rance, somebody posted this because people are weird on this subreddit and they make weird memes that nobody understands, but the people who make the memes find it very funny and everybody's like, but we still all upvote, you know? Wow. Why did you save it then if it's so weird and not funny at all? I don't know. To show it to my very good friends on the stream, to show them how weird the French subreddit is. Yeah. What is this? Percentage of population absolutely certain God exists. Yeah. This is not a meme. This is just a straight fact. Straight fact for you. The US is very religious and Europe is not. Shocking, am I right? Mm. This is a meme. Alors, I changed the current. Oh yeah. Let me check the. Let me check like a random image. I know. I should have taken a video. Should have taken a video. Assets, videos. Will it add? Do I now have 61 frames? If I add, oh yeah, Ah, yeah, fuck. Q, cancel. It doesn't cancel. Oh! What? Does it just append the random image to the animation? Yes. I mean, it first, because when you, it works both with images and videos. It transforms the videos into frames. So if you just put an image, it will add it as a frame. And if you put a video after, it will add the frames of the video after. So it will be like the image and then the frames of the video. Yeah. Why do you have so many femboy memes? For no reason, of course. No reason. No reason at all. It's just pure luck. Pure randomness. It totally isn't one. Exactly. Thanks, Yannick, for saying such a true thing, you know? Thank you. Thank you for being a truth, such a truth teller. Like this. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, it's better, huh? It looks better this way. Because they were a bit fat before. Can we have an animation with the femboy video and the nerd you're not supposed to mode and say daddy during your prostate exam appended to it? Well, I don't think it's very like I don't think it applies very well to monochrome stuff because you know there's no multicolor. It's just black and white, you know? Um I mean, I guess we could see the text. It's debugging, right? What do you mean it's debugging? I bought myself a new headset today as well. Really? What headset? Which headset did you buy? Okay, good. Make sure all knobs have at least what? Shut up. Google. Google. Make sure all knobs have at least good goal. Yeah. And try if it doesn't work. We'll know. Yeah. Okay, good go. SS Arctic Nova Pro or wireless? What does it look like? SS Arctic Nova Pro wireless. Still series. Yeah, now I understand. It's SS. Bon. Uh-huh. Oh yeah, it's expensive, huh? Bon, I hope it's not leaking my address. But yeah, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. I hope it's good quality. High res, I am. I mean, for this price, usually the headsets are good quality, right? It's just that I am in the realm of $80 headsets, and so in $80 headset, usually you have to be careful. But I guess for $200 headsets, it's okay, Usually you have good quality. Ah, yeah, there's active noise cancellation too. Hot swap between two batteries. Oh yeah, wow, that's pretty cool. 2.5 gig and Bluetooth. 2.5 gig. It has Wi-Fi. That's pretty nice. PC, PlayStation, and what? Oh yeah. Oh damn, the wireless is even more expensive. Whoa. It must be very good quality for this price, I guess. 1010 masterpiece. Wow. I hope that for this price you have a real leather and not simile fake leather, right? That like it destroys itself after 1 year of wearing it. I really hope it's real leather. Well, at the same time, maybe since you're spending so much money, you can buy the replacements of the pad. Yeah, it's real leather. Ah, nice. Yeah, then it's worth it. Then it's worth it. I would buy an expensive headset if it's real leather, because the real leather can last a very very long time, like unlimited time, maybe, if you take care of it, if you milk it. If you milk it enough, it can last a lifetime. So actually, why not? I like the battery system. Yeah, it's pretty good to have a hot swappable, because then you can buy like 4 batteries if you want, and you can hot swap them unlimited, and then you have unlimited, if you go camping or whatever, you can still listen your music for 3 days in a row. Wireless. That's pretty cool. You you already have unlimited. Takes about 2 hours and a half to charge the bats, and the last 22 hours for now. But of course, after the but it's good that even when the battery age, because batteries always age, and the lithium um, electrolytes or whatever diminish their power. But since it's hot swappable, you just need to buy another one. You don't need to unscrew and fucking buy a weird part, right? That's exactly what's the same thing that happens on the ThinkPad T480 that I bought, for cheap. It's very well appreciated, because there is also a hot swappable battery, which means that if you go for a long time, you can actually still use it, by buying supplementary batteries if you want. Um, and it can last a very long time. So yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Yeah, seems like a good product. They look like old Nokia. Ah yeah, it's this thing. This thing? Is it the battery? The battery? Guess it's the battery. No, the small ones. Ah, this. Second to the. Oh yeah, this is the batteries. No way. Ah yeah, that's plus minus. They're so small. Ah damn. Ah, it's funny. So you don't actually put the batteries inside the headset. Ah yeah, because the headsets are not powered usually. They're just impedance, you know. It's just, yeah. Now I remember. Ah, yeah, but I guess you need power for the noise cancellation stuff, right? And the Wi-Fi and the Bluetooth. Yeah. Yeah, okay, I see now. Ah, yeah, so it's the batteries for the yeah, the electronics center or whatever. Pop up the right ear cup and it's just there. Ah, of course you do. Is a charger for the other bats. The base is the charger. Ah, this is the charger. Ah, okay. Ah, okay. So you do put them inside this. Okay. Ah, yeah, this is just the charger. Okay. Okay, interesting. Yeah, seems like a cool headset. Yeah. Mm, 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 mm. Yeah. And the range is okay. Very nice. Arctis Nova Helix Ops. There's an even more expensive one. 600. What do you have now? iRes, Ultra Fidelity, Carbon Fiber, Best ANC, Multi-source mixing. Oh yeah, that's like for compositing or whatever. Or DJing. AI-powered noise rejecting mic. Uh, on discrete onboard mic. Ah, yeah. Infinite power system with 2 batteries for the downtime. Eh B. Eh B. Eh B. That's a lot of features, huh? I can walk into the kitchen and still hear okay if I say to range mode first. Ah, okay. That's pretty nice. I can have a line in and hear the line in at the same time. Oh, pretty nice. And at the end of the text and commit. For proper spacing. In my case, my audio interface is my line in. If I turn on monitor output on my interface, I get that beam to me. Ah, wirelessly. Ah, yeah, so you can have the monitoring of your own voice wirelessly. That's pretty cool. Is there is there a delay? Is there more delay? Because you know that's the. Ah no, monitor output. You say wait. Monitor output. No, I'm not sure what this is now. That's really about 10 milliseconds. Ah, yeah, so that's okay then. Yeah, 10 milliseconds is okay. Is good. I think, yeah. I probably have either around that or a bit maybe less, like 5 to 8 or something for my own monitoring, but this is wired. But yeah. Yeah, I mean it's pretty good. It can, yeah. I think the delay where you start to not be able to speak, you know, like for a long time is above 20 or 50 milliseconds or something. So 10 is good. That's good for wireless. Okay. Let me check. Let me check real quick. And then I will leave and then I will publish. in no, then I need to check the AUR install. Then I need to see. I guess I will first publish in the AUR. At least I know that it will work. Because the UR is only on Arch. Alors, animated. Let's put this one. Voilà. Very nice. Voilà, now it looks good. Export count. Mm. Ah. It's just about fast enough to not mess me up. Okay. Yeah, that is good. That's all you need. Okay, I need to delete all these fonts. Does deleting the project also uninstalls the corresponding fonts from the system? Delete patch scores. Really? Really? But if I do delete, but so something is wrong. So something is wrong because I just deleted a project that had installed fonts, and after the project deletion, my installed fonts disappeared. Here, investigate. The NC is not that good on these, but it's enough that I don't hear the fans going on my PC. Yeah, I mean that's good, huh? That's good, that's good. The home panel is hiding them. The CLI's command still shows an install font purely from metadata. Hide them from the install. What? Manifest disappears. Home panel suppressed every file. Can patch. Well, yeah. Patch the bug. The petit glyph should always inspect and know about petit glyph installed fonts, even when the respective project is deleted. I'm trying to transit more to NeoVim. Slowly, I think I might do it with success. Keyboard is better than mouse. Yeah. I mean, I'm still using my mouse on NeoVim. I would like maybe one day I will do a no mouse challenge, but it's just hard to do with the browser. Sometimes, even with the Vim browser, or whatever the Vim extension for the browser. But one day I need to try. One day I need to try. I still haven't done. Yeah, I'm not. I'm probably not going to do either the blog post or the video on migrating to NeoVim. Bon, oh, yeah, maybe if I have the time. I guess I need to finish with this fucking project that takes all my time. That's so annoying. And I have other projects that will also probably take all my time. So I'm probably not going to publish. And also, I hate doing videos. So, you know. You are switching panels with mouse, right? I mean, inside NeoVim. Yes. Yes, I'm switching panels with the mouse because because I can't do it with the escape key, because if I press ESC 2 times to go from terminal to normal mode, Codex will register it as its own hotkey. That's so annoying, but it means that when I use Codex, I cannot use the keyboard keys. And I don't want to override my shortcuts, my Novim shortcuts, and I don't want to mess with Codex because at the next update it will be overridden, you know. So yeah, I've gotten used, I've got used to using the mouse now because of this reason. Originally, I wanted to just use the mouse to move the different panels, but now I can't. And also, since my stream now is mouse zoom driven, bon, I guess it's better if I use the mouse also. Oh, but it means I have like hundreds, tens of install fonts. Oh my god, here they are. Oh my god. Look at all those lost fonts. Oh fuck. Oh my god. Wow. I have to install all of them. How am I going to do? Yeah. Install. Oh, crashes? I know. Moving. Hmm. How much storage does one phone take up? Not much, I think. I guess the annoying thing is the PUA, like it's like the font space for the users, for the custom fonts. May I have too much, huh? Okay, I have like 100 installed fonts that were failed to be noticed because of the bug. Make a quick command to uninstall all of them. Have you ever seen a brand that just advertises in cursed ways you want to see? Yes, show me. Ah, voilà. I have a command actually. Petit glyph uninstall all fonts. How do I say? Oh yeah, cargo. Oh yeah, this. No. Install fonts. Okay. Cargo run. Voilà. Okay, let me try one of the normal ones. Like this. Yeah. Yeah, it still appears errors. Huh? Let me see. What is this? Mug root beer. Mug, you okay over there, bro? Wow. Very nice. I mean, they are doing some views, huh? I mean, look, why not? What is their most popular? Oh, wow. Oh. A mug rock beer. Wow. Oh, wow. I mean, I would like to try that. A good old beer salami. That seems nice. That seems nice to test, you know? I agree. I agree. Mug root beer. Mug root beer. It's root beer, not beer. Root beer. Mug root beer. Ah, it's not the same. A root beer. It's not a beer. It's a root beer. It's soda. It's not alcoholic, right? The thing about social media advertising is the more weird and unhinged stuff you do, the more attraction it gets, and it got brains in this competition on who can post the worst brain rot. Yeah, I see. Wow. Underwhelming. Lasagna? Oh, it bugs. Yeah, so this is for children. Yeah, it's like champomy in France. You know, in France there is like a soda, like an apple juice soda, you know, brand that is called champomy because it's like champagne but for children. This is like the same concept, I guess. But I think it would be forbidden in France because it would like appeal to the alcoholism, you know, and probably well, even though Champomy did that, but I'm wondering if maybe Champomy actually was like rebranded or something. There's also KFC accounts in like Spain posting some AI Colonel Sanders edits. Wow. Oh my god. Ew. Wow. KFC Spain. Shorts. Metigel, no. What is Metigel? No, it's not. KFC España. Shorts. Popular. Yeah, this is a real ad. This is a real. This one looks weird. Wow. Ah, it's only on TikTok. Ah, sad. Yeah, maybe I can find it here. KFC España. Ah, yes, here it is. Here it is. Wow. Very nice. Wow. Very nice. I would like you to notice that I'm not being paid for this. This is a pure charitable. Okay, I'm doing advertisement for KFC. in a pure charitable way. I don't understand, but I can imagine, where it comes from. Wow. Stop. Enough. Enough with the chicken. Enough with the delicious chicken. Crispy. Oh yeah, about the material, you'd love it, bet. I bet it's also very raw and dangerous. Really? Oh yeah, I remember the neo-libertarian phalanges. Um, from talking with the twin guy. Metigel. It's not on TikTok. Where is it? Hmm? Metigel. It's real life. Ah. I thought it was a a content creator. Metigel. Oh wow. It looks like the name of somebody, like it's like Markiplier or Metigel, PewDiePie, Petit Pois, same. It's raw meat and you put stuff in it. Oh, interesting. Well, you know, something I do pretty often, but didn't know that it was like an actual thing. But it's a fancy version with onions. Normal people use like the salty things in it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right. Why is it always how do you say hedgehog? Why is it always a hedgehog? Pretzel sticks. Oh wow. Because it's the igel. Igel? Metigel? Or igel? Ah, it's a German party classic from the past. I didn't know. It's the tradition that it's always a hedgehog. Mm-hmm. I mean, in France we have like le tartare. It's like raw meat too, but with onions and lots of like added stuff. But I guess it's a bit like that, right? Met is raw pork and eagle is hedgehog. Oh. Met eagle. How he met is meat, of course. Raw pork. He uses the salt sticks. Ah, yes, the red cell salty sticks. Ah, you also have the capre. The how do you say that in English? Capre. In French, we say capre. Capers. No. Decap. Decap. Capers. Yeah, caprier. Vinegar and stuff. Yeah. Capers. You put capers also, and onions and salt and paprika and stuff. I ate this once in my life. Ah, really? Ah, okay. So it's not something that you do often, but not as a hedgehog. As a what? What raw meat did you eat, Yannick? Attends, pepper. Ah non, it's olives? Wait. Capers, yeah. Just meat on bread with onions. Okay. Do you have like the tartare that we call tartare in French? Is it a thing? Wait, why has the... I know it's because of the seasoning. Ah, yeah, it's the seasoning that colors it. Ah, yeah. The pretzel stick. And how do you eat it with like a fork? Do you cut it in half to cut the head? Wow. So nice. Do you imagine the pig thinking about what's going to happen to his meat? He says, what? They will take my meat and shape it into another animal? What the fuck? Yes. This is what humans do, you know? Maybe aliens do the same with our meat, you know? They take our meat, they kill us, and then they shape it into like something else that we don't know about. Another alien. And they're like, yeah, we'll eat that now. You imagine? That would be crazy. I hope they don't do this to sentient beings. Oh my god, I hope. Luckily, I never saw this in the wild, so I couldn't tell you. Ah, okay. Sorry for giving you visions of nightmares right now. Because you grind it up like ground beef, it's like really easy to contaminate. To contaminate? To what? What do you mean contaminate? Contaminate? To contaminate. To contaminate with what? With disease? Yeah, and bacteria. Yeah, I mean, of course, when it's raw meat, yeah, you should have a perfect cold, you know, supply chain of cold. Oh, how it's I don't know the name of that, but you know, like when the cold is cold all the way, you know, you should have that perfectly done. No heat, otherwise you die. Cute, cute. What do you mean cute? Ah, yeah, it's very cute. Look at this, very cute. Clap, pow. Very cute. And so, do you eat that with a fork? How do you eat that? Does everyone eats it at the same time, or do everyone gets a small one, and maybe someone gets the big one? I don't know. Why is there the face of Michael Jackson shocked here? I don't know. Give me sugary ribs. Oh, the butter inside the meat. Oh, ultimate pleasure. I would imagine you just kind of use it as a dip. The texture is really, really weird. It's just really bland. Ah, oh yeah, it's like okay, it's like rillette. You know, it's like you just take a piece of bread, like of baguette, or you know, like a thick bread with a big crust, and you just dip in it. Okay. Yeah, I mean, makes sense. High danger, low reward. Yeah, But you know, it makes me think of a tartare de bœuf in France. In France, we have this, which is, I guess, the equivalent. Do you have this also in Germany? Oh, not. Do you have this? Do you have this? It's something like this too. Plus raw egg. There are some variants where you can add an egg, yeah. I guess the waiter will ask you, do you want the egg or not? Because some people are not into it, but some people are. Yeah, usually it looks like that more. And it's uncooked. I mean, yeah, it's raw meat. It's like met eagle. It's like met eagle, you know? And the egg, well, yeah, the egg is also uncooked. Yeah, everything is uncooked. It's all raw. The meat is raw. The egg is raw too. Yeah. But in France, there is two meals where we can use a raw egg yellow. Francis was trying to disease Max. No, it's just that I mean, it's pretty rare that people take this. For example, I only take this when I am at the restaurant because it's only restaurant who usually make this reliably. When you buy the meat yourself or whatever, it's a bit more risky, I guess. Well, I guess all the restaurants have all the seasoning or whatever. Theoretically, I could make it at home, but I'm just not. I don't bother. But I guess I could. But yeah, it's a lot of work to cut the seasoning. No, it's not a lot of work actually. I could do it. Maybe I should do it one day. But yeah, and usually you take it with like fries. It's pretty good. And I kind of love it. I kind of like tartare from once in a while. There's another meal where we use the raw egg. Is in pasta carbonara. Carbonara pasta, but Italian style, because the French carbonara is with cream, but the Italian carbonara, you add a yellow egg, like an egg yellow instead. I guess it's more of a Italian thing though. But some French people do it too. Some French people put both the cream and the egg yellow in the pasta. And this is an egg, like a raw egg yellow, like this. It kind of looks like the stuff Plankton served at the chum bucket. Yes, maybe. Yes, probably. Yeah. I mean, I don't remember. Attends. Plankton, chum bucket, Krabby Patty. Yes, exactly. Yes, this is exactly this. Chum patties. Oh wow. Yeah, it kind of looks like it indeed, but it is just more round. The chum bucket. Yeah, yeah, exactly. I like how it tastes because it like you don't get to eat raw meat that often. Um, so once in a while it's pretty good. It's interesting. It changes. And I am a very carnivorous man, okay? I'm extremely masculine and carnivorous. So from time to time, I just take a tartare. I feel like I've seen this thing before, but I don't know if it's a common thing in Germany. Okay. I mean, maybe I guess the Met Eagle. The Met Eagle is more common, maybe. Met Eagle. Oh, Yannick. I have something to show you. Not this. You already seen this. I think you can have a met steak. Yannick, can you please explain? Wow. What do you have to say, Yannick? Something to say? Let's ask the audience. Hmm? Hmm? Very true. Wow. Damn. I'm kind of shocked. Oh yeah, this guy. We all know this guy, huh? The guy that said, you know, gotta say like this, without the eyebrows, like this. He says like this. It's the British guy or whatever. You know this guy. You know this guy. You know who he is. You've seen the TikToks. You've seen the. You've seen the everything. You know, he talks about the recycling with the bottles. Yes, I think I've seen one of those. Yeah, I remember something like this. I think it's him that made me that made me aware that Germans have a big bottle recycling culture. You know. Yeah. Very interesting. Okay, I'm good for tonight. Maybe I will publish my apps at some point. Oh, I'm so fed up. Fed up with this app. I hope nobody notices that I published this app, you know? Because if they are maintainers and say, oh, add a feature, whatever, I will be annoyed. Huh? I don't want anybody contributing to my open source project, okay? So ignore. Ignore is just good on my repo, on my GitHub repos, public repos. Then people will say, wow, he did something cool and with animations and stuff. Wow. But I don't want any of the issues. I don't want, you know, any of the PRs. I don't want the PRs. Well, now it's time for me to go. The investor will look at the repo and see 2 stars and 100 open issues. Yes, probably. And then they will say, we're not going to invest. Not investing, sorry, bye. Not investing. Yeah. Up. Well, I will wish you a good night and see you later Tuesday. Maybe Tuesday. Maybe. I'm not sure anymore. Maybe Tuesday I will be, except if I have a dating co-founder date or something. But bon, I have not sent any messages yet, so bon, I will see. I will check later. Yeah, bon, voilà. So maybe Tuesday, maybe Thursday, maybe Saturday. Well, if I found because here I am, I really want to find a co-founder. So if I found a co-founder quickly, I will have to start to work on the startup quickly too, and so I will not have much time to stream anymore. So maybe I will have to stream less, or maybe only on the weekend. I'm not sure yet, but just letting you know, just in case. Well, I will warn everybody in the Discord or whatever. Yeah, exactly. I'm not sure. I'm not sure, but I will let you know. But yeah, probably less stream, except on the weekend. But I guess on the weekend, well, now we are going on holidays, so everybody will go in holidays. So I guess at the same time, it's the perfect time to build a product during the holidays. So maybe I will not go in holidays and stay to build the product. Bon, yeah. So maybe there will be periods where I will stream more and some periods where I will stream less. I will see. I don't know. I will tell you. I will keep you posted, you know. But in the meantime, I wish you a good night. Good night, good night, good night. See you. See you. See you. See you. See you. Bye bye. Bonne nuit, good night, good night. Is that how you say it? Wait a minute.